This conference will now be recorded.
So, a very good morning to all the speakers, supporting associations, students, and delegates present virtually with us today. Myself, Jessica Reeves, Conference Secretariat at Coalesce Research Group, LLC, welcome one and all today at the webinar. Even during this pandemic, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to join us virtually at the webinar organized by Coalesce Research Group. Thank you one and all for making up your time for us here. Before we could start the session for day one, I'd be glad to convey a few words about Coalesce Research Group. Coalesce Research Group is an USA-based emerging open access publisher, international conference event organizer which hopes to serve the scientific community by serving the high quality, genuine research work from eminent scientists, professors, scientific research communities in all fields of medicine, clinical, life science, engineering, and technology to the research scholars, students, libraries, educational institutions, research centers, and industries with an aim of enhance your research in the respective fields. Recently, we have started our own platform for open access peer-reviewed scholarly literature where all the content is freely available without any charge to the reader. We aim to share the new recent advances through scientific publications, which will help in minimizing the borders and contributing the use of research works of eminent authors, scientists, researchers, research scholars, students, etc., across a broad spectrum of medical, clinical, pharma, and engineering scientific disciplines and subspecialties to promote the idea which will guide the development and facilitate the use of scientific information and ensure its quality, and also will be the connecting link between researchers and scientific community. We are committed to ensuring that our journals are disseminated worldwide so that the researchers are able to access our content wherever and whenever they need it. We'll be very glad if any of our speakers or delegates participating in today's webinar will be interested to publishing an inaugural issue at any of our interested journals. We will also send you an email with the details of the journals after the commencement of the webinar. And finally, we thank each and every one of you, the participants at this conference. We hope you enjoy the conference and your participation will contribute to new collaborations or research initiatives. So now let's start with our today's session. And our first session starts with Dr. Leon Burgers-Dean from Cal-Alcil, Australia on the topic of Cal-Alcil advancements in reticular chemistry for the next generation ceramics.
Good evening. Okay.
Good evening,
Yes,
Dr.
hello.
Leon. Yeah.
Good evening, Jessica.
Good evening.
I got my screen shared.
Yeah, it's visible. Yeah, now we can start with the presentation. Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. I'll just try and get my screen. Just minimize yours a little. That's a bit better. There we are. Okay, good evening all. My name is Leon Burgess-Dean. I work in my own company called Coalesce. Quick introduction to myself. I've got a chemistry degree. I'm a chartered chemist in Australia. I did a PhD in materials engineering, and I've worked within the large volume manufacturing industry in Australia, and I've also worked as a consultant engineer in construction and in rolling stock manufacture. So some of my very interesting career episodes included the determination of better coating systems for rolling stock and for infrastructure that needs to go in to very harsh environments. And this really led me to an understanding that we needed to find a way to create very low flammable coating systems and low flammable resins. And essentially from what you may already know from your basic chemistry background is that there really is two sorts of chemistry, either the organic chemistry based on carbon or inorganic chemistry, which is largely based on silicon and aluminium and oxygen. And really the two areas are very much separate in the real world. I'm fully aware that there is a plethora of science being done in these areas and looking at hybridized systems, but unfortunately the larger community and the industry hasn't really seen these technologies come through at an industrial scale. So really my work attempts to look at that process of getting the product through to a manufacturable scale. And the primary way we need to do that is to look at a ceramic resin and see if we can create a liquid-based ceramic resin that, when dried, cures into some form of ceramic. Once we have that base, and Coalesce has, through my efforts and my work, I have created a form of a ceramic resin that is exactly that, a water-based ceramic resin. Then I've been able to hybridize it with numerous different polymers. And that's really what this presentation is today, is to have a look at the reticular chemistry involved in building these systems. And I first might just say that I'm aware that reticular chemistry is a term that is very commonly used for metal organic frameworks, and really what I'm doing is a ceramic organic framework. So it is a little bit an extension of the term, but if you bear with me, I think you'll find that the area is very, very similar. And in fact, I do actually add quite a lot of metal powders to my ceramic resin mixtures to create new products. So I just wanted to start off by saying some of the misthoughts along the way that we've had, and I guess I'm very much, I'm not a disbeliever, I'm not a skeptic. I'm perfectly well aware and comfortable with climate change being a major problem that we face as a society of human beings, but I believe that we have concentrated far too much on carbon dioxide and not concentrated enough on the embodied energy problem of our systems and industries. And just to add to that, Bill Gates was recently interviewed on Australian current affairs programs, indicating that we really need to get going on trying to find solutions to renewable energy, solutions to making steel, aluminium, these types of phase 2 type materials that are highly industrialized but use incredibly large amounts of energy, and particularly intensive energy systems, typically coming through fossil fuels. So really based on that is that we have a world that's surrounding ourselves with silicon photovoltaics. I think we're finding now through the Tesla solar business that they have, that the crystalline silicon panels, albeit great, and they're increasing in efficiency every day, the crystalline process lends itself to be a very slow manufacturing process. So when we actually do the numbers, it is highly unlikely we're going to be able to mass manufacture enough silicon solar panels to completely cover the planet Earth that we need to collect all our renewable energy when the fossil fuels run out. So I understand that there's approximately 80 years before we run out of solar panel fossil fuels, but really this research, it's going to take every bit of that time to actually get our systems up to speed, to get us up to a high volume manufacturing state. So we really need to start looking at the other systems which are equally being used at the moment in crystalline form, and these are the perovskite systems. Calcium titanate and calcium silicates. These are very widely available materials, and at the moment they're of course made using very high intensive energy allocation, typically carbothermal methods, to create the crystalline panels that we have. The best part about perovskite solar PV systems is that they are in fact higher efficiency systems than the silicon systems. So it is the step forward that we're looking for. what we don't want to have is a problem where we have to burn fossil fuels at incredible rates in order to manufacture the perovskite systems, which unfortunately is our situation today. So in Coalesce's situation, I've looked at the chemical method that replaces carbothermal methods of manufacture. What that really means is that during the carbothermal method of manufacture, whether it be cement or fired clay brick, let's just take those two as an example, the dehydration step for both methods basically is finished at 750 degrees Celsius. In cement with high calcium carbonate content, that temperature is approximately 862 degrees Celsius. But essentially, the dehydration is finished below, 1,000 degrees and just slightly above where the infrared signal begins to occur, which is approximately 770 degrees Celsius. So in other words, when something starts to glow red. However, during both processes, the temperature is raised in the case of fire clay bricks up to at least 1030, 1040 degrees Celsius, up to about 1200 degrees Celsius. And for cement, it's clinker, it's 1250 at an absolute minimum, and it's really up to 1350 degrees Celsius. Now, when we go through that process of increasing temperatures above around about 770 degrees, we do get an extra kickoff by the fact that the material that you've heated to that temperature starts to emit energy. That's fine, but the equipment that we're using, to effectively make this kiln function starts to lose energy. So the payoff is really not there. And so this is why you get fire clay brick kilns and cement kilns that have 1 to 3 meter thick walls of insulating material to try and maximize the heat retention in the system. So therefore, we really are using an incredibly large amount of energy above 770 degrees Celsius, and it just increases exponentially as it gets above 1,000 degrees. And as the systems, the insulation materials and the refractory materials start to get more and more specialized above 1100 degrees and 1200 degrees, the expense and the embodied energy that we actually need to create these manufacturing methods really do render them moot when trying to reduce the embodied energy, of, say, for example, a perovskite solar panel system. So this is the problem that I'm trying to resolve, and in doing so, I'm beginning with a ceramic resin, which essentially begins its low embodied state by simply dehydration of clays. So in my case, I've used both fly ash, dehydrated clays, and I've gone back to the raw systems of amorphous silica that is a byproduct of all the silicon solar panel systems, and also the silicon manufacturer for integrated chips and circuitry and computing. So silica fume is essentially, there's quite a lot of products that are often called silica fume, but silica fume really is an amorphous silica that can easily be dissolved in sodium hydroxide, can easily be dissolved in potassium hydroxide, and in fact reacts very readily with hydrated lime and hydrated magnesium. So any alkali metal hydroxide will react very quickly and create a ceramic silicate as a result. So both of those methods and amorphous alumina or amorphous aluminium hydroxide, aluminium oxide hydroxide, those are the primary components that I've used, both in connected form as in a dehydrated clay or fly ash, or in an unconnected form as an individual ceramic in the case of silica fume or aluminium hydroxide. Those are the primary components, and really just adding an alkali and an organic catalyst allows me to provide, to first of all create a gel, and then to add a variety of different polymers to it to create effectively an economically viable foundation material for construction, infrastructure, energy collection, and in particular batteries. One of the most promising battery systems that are coming out of the research area is from MIT. They're looking at liquid liquid battery technology, where liquid calcium and liquid antimony are being mixed at 500 degrees Celsius, and the stored system is when they're both mixed and liquid, and when the battery is drained from energy, these metals then solidify and separate, and that process is needs to be held at obviously 500 degrees Celsius, which means they need to make a ceramic casing that needs to be made out of quite reasonably cost-effective and low embodied energy ceramic in order for the whole concept to be viable on an ongoing basis, you know, to provide large-scale battery storage for power stations or other large collection sites around the world. So looking at the how chemical replaces carbothermal manufacturing, just a few accomplishments that's been made up to date. I have got a base Coalesce durable resin that is a single pack solution of stable alkali silicate gel that has been gelatinized using an organic catalyst that is then counter stabilized through a variety of metal hydroxides and metal oxide hydroxides, and I'll go through them a little bit later in the presentation. Coalesce non-combustible foams. So obviously once you've got an alkali silicate, it's very easy to create a ceramic foam by adding in aluminium metal or zinc metal. This creates a reaction, particularly the aluminium. It creates a runaway reaction, creates a lot of water and steam that creates holes and allows a foam to be created. Composites with a whole range, concretes and prefab components with a whole range of different fibers. So glass fiber being one, wood fiber. This is the key component in this development, is that the hybrid system allows the ceramic resin to be bound quite strongly to wood and cellulose. And this is incredibly important because without that capability, a ceramic resin is fairly useless, because the whole point is to try and deflammable or make a piece of flammable structure, whether it be a substrate of wood, a substrate of fiberglass using organic resin. You make that structure less flammable, and if possible, make it non-combustible for a given period of time. So this is not just an intumescent coating. This is actually a barrier ceramic coating that will adhere and has adhered to wood substrates that will actually, you know, protect them from incoming flame, fire, intrusion, and high temperatures, obviously. Therefore, the real benefit of having such a resin is the ability to hybridize it with, or at least composite it with a number of existing polymers. So polyesters, polylactic acid, 1,4-isoprene, which of course is natural latex or natural rubber, polystyrene, polyurethane, and polyacrylates are the common polymers. You'll notice from this group, they're all high energy polymers. Many of them have secondary elements to them, including oxygen and nitrogen, that provide either double bonding or resonance bonding throughout the polymer, or in the case of some of these polymers, you've got spare electrons, so highly electronegative atoms regularly forming along the chain. That's what we need in order to hybridize effectively with a ceramic resin, because obviously the ceramic resin is a highly charged ionic resin in its liquid form, as it's using water as a solvent, and we really don't get any mixture of the materials unless you have a high energy organic polymer to mix with it. I guess the one interesting point to be made there is that 1,4-isoprene has a resonance structure in its double bond formation that allows that regular resonance of electronegativity to be formed around in a regular way around the silicate, aluminate, and aluminium and iron hydroxide, oxide hydroxides, calcium and magnesium hydroxides. Just to give some pictorial note there, I've got a piece of polystyrene.
Ну, короче, ладно, тогда ты мне подробности не рассказывай, что там.
sorry, I'll just keep going. There is a piece of polystyrene here where the flame, I'm using a flame, a propane torch, butane torch, where the flame temperature is approximately 1100 degrees. Very quickly and easily burns the polystyrene. When the coating is on the polystyrene, however, there is a blue flame coming out of that burner. It just simply burns through the ceramic, and the ceramic itself begins to go through its dehydration phase and moving to its high temperature phase. So that's where the protection capability of the ceramic resin is fairly obvious. I just made a point where a one pack storage is typically 6 months or greater. So the gel, if formalized correctly, the gel is stable for 6 months with the other reactant materials mixed in with it. So the idea of what this resin enables us to do is to apply it in either a thin film or thick coating, and once water evaporates from the material, in other words, it begins to dry out, the material then effectively agglomerates, and then reaction occurs to create a ceramic. So just some various properties there of the zero volatile organic components, or is a really important part to this, because the organic catalyst actually is combined. It's one of the features of the product where the organic catalyst, in fact, disintegrates during the curing process and effectively evolves as alcohols or formates or carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. So it becomes very easily a non-combustible ceramic. Non-toxic from the sense that it's simply an alkali silicate, alkali aluminate, and metal hydroxides. Very corrosion resistant because it's a ceramic, flame-proof and fireproof, and highly wearable given its ceramic properties. Slip resistance, chemical resistance, resistance to algae and mold, and this is derived from the alkalinity of the ceramic. I can make it in different colors. It's a very easy application, similar to a paintbrush application, or even through an airless spray gun. And it has excellent adhesion to a wide range of substrates. The hybrid resins, when you add, say, something like natural latex, it contains less than half the carbon content of the matte resin or paint that's currently in acrylic paint solutions that we use as house paints on wood. The hybrid resins are made using sustainable or sustainably sourced carbon-based polymers, so natural rubber, cellulose, silk, wool, and then polyethylene, polyethers, such as PEG, polypropylene glycol, polylactic acid, and polyoxymethylene. It relies on the alkali silicate gels that are catalyzed by natural unsaturated acids, such as acrylic acid, methacrylic acid, alpha and beta keto acids, such as pyruvic acids. Each provide a different starting framework for that silicate gel, and then that silicate gel can be stabilized using a variety of effectively amphoteric metal oxides and metal hydroxides. And that's the key here, is amphoterism in the ceramic system allows the silicate gel to be stabilized by an amphoteric metal oxide and metal hydroxide. As water is evaporated, that amphoterism then changes depending on where the hydroxyls are. Sometimes the hydroxyls behave as an alkali hydroxyl, and sometimes they can behave as an acidic hydroxyl. And therefore agglomeration continues based on where the alkali silicate is situated in relation to the aluminium oxide hydroxide, for instance, or aluminium hydroxide or calcium hydroxide. In addition to that, the unsaturated acids, the alpha and beta keto acids, they also disintegrate, or they effectively form resonance structures. All right, and these structures are very difficult to characterize because they're all water-based. And there's very few techniques that we can actually find, even in the most sophisticated university systems, to actually characterize these nanostructures because they're based in a water-based solution, and often they're in resonance structures. The confidence I have in being able to state this is because much of this work has been achieved and accomplished through experimentation rather than characterization. So let's just move on to the geomer resins. I'm using the term geomer rather than geopolymer resins because there is a definition for what a geopolymer is. A geomer resin, as I've defined here, is really a catalyzed, an organic catalyzed silicate resin with counterbalancing or stabilizing metal oxide hydroxide components to it. So as I've just highlighted here in this slide, there's a number of sodium aluminates, sodium hydroxides, silicate hydroxides in a variety of different shapes, chain lengths and sizes. And each one of these could be a primary component depending on, in the silicate gel, for instance, depending on what type of acrylic acid, methacrylic acid, pyruvic acid, or other keto acid may have been used as the catalyst. So the exact structure of the silicate that is formed depends on both the catalyst and the percentage of catalyst in the gelation step, and therefore the sodium aluminate structure that is formed as a counterbalance is also dependent on that initial structure. So you can imagine the combinations of these are quite large and varied, and effectively I used an experimental technique of an iterative methodology to narrow down what is effectively an optimized formulation. So just let's look at the interfacial chemistry of the mixtures. A one-pack functionality of a feature of molecular interactions between the gelatinous alkali silicate and metal hydroxides. That's what I've been saying. Now this is I guess a ceramic stabilized gel in the initial phase, and this is what produces the non-combustible ceramic once the water's evaporated. Essentially, it's dehydrated clays and fly ash can be used for the raw materials, as well as the dehydrated oxides and hydroxides of these metals, as well as silica fume. The balance of the interfacial charge with water is essential to maintain the shelf life. Atomic force microscopy in the tapping mode is the main technique that might be allowed to find the structure of the aluminosilicate gel. However, very early stages of the investigation using this technique still really is not, it's basically what we're finding is a very amorphous group of materials, or amorphous group of gelatinous structure, even with the atomic force microscopy methodology, simply because the resonance structure changes based on the energy that is placed into the sample by the atomic force microscope itself. And this is the same problem that I'm going to face characterizing these gelatinous materials moving forward. But I guess the primary problem we're trying to face in trying to create these phase 3 type materials is the validation of the material. Does it create a stable ceramic? And if it does, we can test those stable ceramics against a wide array of testing criteria, like hardness tests, compressive strength, things like that. Okay, curing is activated by the solvent evaporation, promoting the electric double layers of solid particles of opposite electroactivity, causing agglomeration into a zeolitic cage structure. Just in this slide, there's only a couple left, is I've got a piece of Coalesce and glass fiber, believe it or not. That butane gas is at approximately 1100 degrees. You can tell by the orange color there that I've already reached 770 degrees in the material, and my fingers are right there. You can see the distance away from the flame. So there's a highly insulating piece of material because of the zeolite structure and the fact that it is a ceramic, so you just don't have the conduction of heat as you might have in metals or other denser ceramics like a brick or concrete, where you simply couldn't hold it that close to the flame like that. The secondary building units, so getting into the reticular chemistry style of it, they can be the macropolymers that effectively act as composite binding polymers like latex, or covalent organic frameworks, metal organic frameworks, and mixed inorganic organic 3D frameworks. Now, things like the zinc imidazolate framework could easily just sit there as a composited particle. The other type of SBU or secondary building unit is the triethoxy or tetraethoxy or trimethoxy or tetramethoxy siloxane compounds that can be added to the mixture. And as the water evaporates, these compounds very quickly interact with the alkali and break down, releasing the alcohol groups. And the silicate groups are very highly reactive species, and they in fact react in between the zeolite cages, therefore interacting with silicate hydroxides and alumina hydroxides and calcium hydroxides that would have otherwise just remained as the hydroxide within the zeolite cage. So the unbound oxygens that are just counterbound with a hydrogen. These reactive siloxane species react with those hydrogens to evolve the alcohol, and effectively this allows bridging at the zeolite level, which then densifies the ceramics. So therefore, I can start to create, depending on how much ethoxy mixtures I add in, I can start to create different densities of the ceramic form. Even though I then start to evolve volatile organics during that process, but this densification can have a wide range of reasons why you want that in your application. The more hardness is around 4 to 5, even with these aluminosilicates and calcium aluminosilicate materials, with just evaporative cooling, and that's curing, I should say. That's a pretty good achievement. The typical crystalline aluminosilicates and calcium aluminosilicates end up being a more hardness between 6 to 7. So the composites produce approximately density of around 1,400 kilograms per meters cubed, which is compared to concrete densities of 2,900 kilograms per meters cubed, or say calcium silicate of around 2,100 kilograms per meter cubed. That's quite a lot lighter, and it's indicative of the zeolite structure and the pore structure in the material. So I can actually add siloxane polymers to it, so as well as the ethoxy and methoxy siloxanes I mentioned earlier. I can also add quite a few hydrophobic siloxane polymers in order to create hydrophobic ceramic coatings, which are very commonly used in the industry, in the cement industry. The cellulose geopolymer, or the cellulose geomer concretions using the Coalesce resin, I think is a very promising, sustainable concrete for the third world and developing world, because this is really the phase 3 materials combining together the most abundant materials on the surface of the planet, being clays and salt, combining with wood. That really does pose a real opportunity in the developing world to make their wood composites very much more flame resistant. Metal infused polymer composites provide structural components for structure, and they can be heat treated into cermets. So these are still ceramics. I can still heat these with a butane torch up to 1200 degrees Celsius and turn them into a cermet. So in conclusion, the chemical methodologies have the potential. In fact, I think we need to accept the reality that we need to move towards a chemical methodology to replace carbothermal methods to manufacture building construction materials and basically any ceramic. Okay, the complete lifestyle method of this type of structure really begins with sodium chloride, which is harvested from salt water, seawater, raw clays, which are then dehydrated, sand, which is then used to combine with sodium hydroxide to create sodium silicate, and the silicate rocks as aggregates and also sources of alumina. And if we want to add in there bauxite and other alumina-rich and calcium-rich and magnesium-rich ores, but essentially these materials are very readily available across a wider range of landscapes in the world. In fact, many countries would have their raw materials opened up if we started to move towards these methodologies. at a pinch, you can dehydrate the clays at less than 450 degrees Celsius. And the way that this is accomplished is using, in a similar way to the acrylic acid or pyruvic acid, you can actually add simple acids to the clay, and that effectively reduces the temperature because the acids attack the hydroxyls within the clay first when they start to get to the point where they're about to combust at around about 350 to 400 degrees. They actually then start to break down the hydroxyls of the clay. So there's quite a bit of work done in that, and in a pinch, we can start to look at really solar ovens being the key driving force to creating these very low embodied energy materials. So in final conclusion, the Coalesce low embodied energy ceramic resin does really begin to open up the opportunity to create a wide range of GMO organic hybrids, both two-dimensionally and three-dimensionally, simple composited materials, as well as densified and three-dimensionally created reticular materials with a wide range of polymers, of readily available polymers, covalent organic frameworks, metal organic frameworks, and zeolite organic frameworks as well. It's the most promising foundation ceramic resin for the 21st century. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I look forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Dr. Leon, for the presentation. So yeah, do we have any questions or any queries about the presentation, or any questions you would like to ask to Dr. Leon? I guess there are no questions. Anyways, thanks a lot for your time. Yeah, thank you. So you've just got a message from Dr. German stating that it was a very nice presentation. So
Yes, I'm trying to reply. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do that.
Oh yeah, no problem. You can just exit the screen. So no problem. You can just click on the screen button once again so that you'll exit from the screen sharing. Yeah.
No problem. All right.
So thanks a lot, Dr. Leon.
Thank you very much. Where is the screen button?
Okay, I'll just do it for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, please, Jessica. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yeah. So moving on to our next presentation. So we have Dr. Jia Shangwan from Dalian University of Technology, China, on the topic ultra-small synergistic nanocluster catalyst for CO2 conversion. So.
Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, doctor, we can hear you, and your screen is perfect. We can completely see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because my camera does not work, so I cannot show myself.
That's okay, no problem, doctor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And first, I'd like to thank the Catalysis Research Group to provide this platform for us during this COVID-19 pandemic era. And it's very good to stay at I think it's stay at home and to communicate with researchers all over the world. And today I'd like to give my presentation about the ultra-small synergistic nanocluster catalyst for CO2 conversion. My name is Jiasheng Wang. I'm from Dalian University of Technology, China. Okay, as we all know that carbon dioxide or CO2 is a greenhouse gas, and it's causing many problems such as the glacial melting, the sea level rising, global warming, etc. So in the world, it is endangering the environment. And according to the NASA data, the newest data is 415 ppm, and this is the highest all over the history. So it is very urgent to reduce the concentration of the CO2 in the atmosphere. On the other hand, the fossil fuels are very lack. So, and we are facing also energy crisis. So if we can convert CO2 into the fuel, then it will not only elevate the environment problem, but also can elevate the energy crisis. So now it is very hot to research the CO2 conversion. And one of the conversion target product is formic acid, because formic acid is an important organic chemical raw material, and also it is a very good hydrogen storage substance. It means you can store the hydrogen into formic acid and then release it from the formic acid. So this reaction, the conversion from CO2 to formic acid, is very important. However, as we can see from these two reactions, if we want to hydrogenate CO2 directly, and the ΔG is positive, which means it's not thermodynamically favorite. On the other hand, if we can convert CO2 into bicarbonate first, then the hydrogenation is thermodynamically favorite. Actually, the conversion from CO2 to bicarbonate is very easy. And when you want to use CO2, first we usually need to capture it. So if we absorb CO2 with the caustic solution, it will convert to bicarbonate. So the research from the CO2 to bicarbonate is I think is a better way. So our method is to convert CO2 to bicarbonate first, and then convert to formic acid through hydrogenation, and then we can use the formic acid in industry or some other energy area. So now let's have a look at the catalyst used for this reaction nowadays. Usually the catalyst can be divided into homogeneous catalyst and heterogeneous catalyst. Homogeneous catalyst is very active. We know that it's homogeneous and can react at the molecular level, but the problem is it is not recyclable, which means it can only catalyze the reaction by once. So it is not suitable for industrialization. And the heterogeneous catalyst can be recyclable. But usually now, the highly active catalysts are noble metal catalysts, such as gold, palladium, platinum, etc. So the problem is it's very expensive. The price is very high. There are some non-noble metal catalysts, such as nickel-based, but their activity is not that high. They are less active, and so they still cannot satisfy our need. So our target is to develop non-noble metal catalysts with high activity. So this is our strategy. We still want to use the nickel-based catalyst because nickel can be used to catalyze the hydrogenation reactions. And the strategies are first reduce the size of the active site. Actually, we reduce the size until below 2 nanometers. And the other strategy is to introduce another composition. Here we will introduce zinc oxide semiconductor, which can form a synergistic effect with the nickel. And then we can greatly improve the activity of nickel so that we can get both highly active and not expensive catalyst. Okay, so then we can go to the experimental part. And the method we used to produce the catalyst is reverse macroemulsion method. Reverse macroemulsion is a kind of a thermodynamically stable system composed of a water phase, oil phase, and surfactants. Why it is reversed? Because the water phase is in the core, and this water core is in the range of 1 to 100 nanometers. So it is a very good template to synthesize the nanomaterials, especially silica-based nanomaterials. We have made a review on this topic. And the catalyst, we designed the structure called resin bond structure. Why we have this name? Because it's just like a food we usually take, and the active site, just like the resins, which are homogeneously evenly dispersed in the bond. So that's what we call resin bond structure. And we have reported a resin bond structure called molybdenum trioxide supported in the silica, and published 7 years ago. Okay, so these are the catalysts we obtained, and C2, C3, C4 means different metal content, among which C3 is the best one. As we can see, the active site is about only 2 nanometers. And when we locate in a higher resolution, and we can see that from the lattice distance, we can recognize the zinc oxide and nickel, and also nickel and zinc oxide stay close together, and the hole size with them is about 2 nanometers. And then we characterize it with element mapping to show the dispersion of the metals. As we can see, both nickel and zinc are dispersing very well among all through the silica nanoparticles. And then we characterize it with XRD. We can see the peaks of nickel, but we cannot see the peaks belonging to zinc oxide. That's because we think because the zinc oxide are too small to be seen. We know that if the size of the metals or metal oxide are smaller than 2 nanometers, then which will show no X-ray diffraction peaks. But we think the zinc, we can see the zinc in the catalyst as we just seen from the TM and the element mapping. And then, since we cannot see the peaks of zinc oxide from the XRD, we perform XPS to see the composition and also the electron and structure. From the narrow scan of zinc, we can show that yes, zinc exists as zinc oxide, and also from the narrow scan of nickel, we can see that nickel exists as the nickel metal. And also when we compare the bimetal composition catalyst from the monometal ones, we can find that the electron density changed, which means the electrons must transfer from nickel to zinc oxide. Zinc oxide, after the composition, its electron density is larger, while in nickel it's reduced. So electrons transfer from nickel to zinc oxide. This is the basis of the synergistic effect. And then we researched the effect, the factors that affect the reaction, including the content of the catalyst and the molar ratio of nickel to zinc oxide, temperature, and the hydrogen pressure. And as we know that when the metal loading is 5.4% by weight, and the molar ratio of nickel to zinc oxide is 1:1. Temperature is 260 degrees Celsius, and the pH to C2CS is 60. And these are the optimum condition. Under this optimum condition, the Fa yield reaches maximum. This is 97%. And this yield is very high, as we can see from this table. Actually, this is the highest yield among all the non-noble metal catalysts, and it even reaches the level of the noble metal catalyst. So why it has such a high activity? We think we proposed a plausible pathway for the reaction. And as we can see from this scheme, the heterolytic cleavage of hydrogen account for the high activity and the selectivity. So because the electrons transfer from nickel to zinc oxide, the nickel is partly positively charged, and the zinc oxide is negatively charged. So the positively charged and the negatively charged part will cause the heterolytic cleavage of hydrogen to hydride and hydrogens. Then the hydride will attack this carbon in the bicarbonate, and this oxygen will attack this this positively charged hydrogen, and then it will form this is called germinal-diol. We know that germinal-diol is not stable at all. So then this will leave a water and convert to the formic acid. Then after formic acid leave, the catalyst recovered. So the electron transfer is the basis for the synergy effect. And also the heterolytic cleavage of hydrogen have been verified by a deuterium and hydrogen replacement reaction. We can observe this phenomena by the solid state nuclear magnetic resonance. So this mechanism has been proved to be right. Okay, so it seems that this catalyst is perfect, but actually it is not. We know that no perfect things exist. One disadvantage is that this catalyst is not very stable, which means if we use it many times, it will lose its activity. So we take some strategies to resolve this. The strategy we used here is introduced amino groups to the support. The method is if we make the silica, we used only this tetraethyl silicate as the silicon resource precursor. If we want to introduce amino groups, we use amino propyl and triethyl silicate. And we introduce this. Then after hydrolysis and condensation, it will form amino group functionalized silica. So after amino functionalization, we find that the products are still spherical and the active components are still uniformly dispersed on the support, and each size is still around 2 nanometers. 2 nanometers is a very magic size, because it's usually the threshold size between the nanocluster and the nanoparticle, and they have many report that the size of this 2 nanometers show the best activity. And in order to perform prove that amino groups has been grafted onto the silica, we performed FTIR, and we can see the signal of amino groups. And also we performed XRD. This result is very similar to the ones before amino functionalization. We can only see the signals of nickel, but we cannot see the actual zinc oxide. So the reasons must be the same. It's because the size so small size. And then we performed XPS to show the existence of nickel and zinc oxide. And again, we can find that to our surprise, and not only the existence of these two compositions, but also we can see the electron transfer is further promoted. CN3 means the amino groups after C3. So the electron density is further enhanced. So which means the electron transfer is more heavily. So this means the activity must be further enhanced. Okay, so then we performed the reaction. Maybe you can see the FA yield, formic acid yield, is only about 30%. So why? This because the reaction conditions are changed. Previously, we performed the reaction at very high temperature and very high pressure, but that harsh condition are not suitable for industrialization. And nowadays, we are choosing the reactions performing on the normal low temperatures and atmospheric pressure. So now and another reason is that if we perform the reaction on the same condition, because the activity is already very high, we cannot see the obvious difference. So we perform this under mild conditions, then we can see the difference more obviously. And now you can see that the yield is 30.4% at only 70 degrees Celsius, and for 5% hydrogen-nitrogen gas flow. Also from this figure D, we can see that before amino functionalization, the activity decreased obviously. After amino functionalization, it will not decrease anymore. So it means the stability is greatly improved. Also, the activity is improved, and that's maybe because the electron transfer is further enhanced. And this is the comparison of the CN3 and after amino functionalization. As we can see that still our catalyst is the best among the non-noble metal catalyst. Actually, previously the nickel catalyst only afford a 1.2% yield. Even palladium can only obtain 19%. Here seems better than ours, but let's see the reaction conditions. The temperatures are higher and the pressure are also much higher. So our catalysts are indeed the best ones for this reaction. It's have both high activity and high stability, and also very cheap. Okay, so and to our surprise, besides the activity and stability enhancement, we also find another advantage for the amino functionalization, and that is the enhancement of the returnability. The returnability, we named it for this, just how much contents of the metal precursors are preserved or conserved in the final catalyst. And from this table, we can see that before amino functionalization, only about half nickel and zinc oxide can be kept into the final product. After amino functionalization, it's about more than 84% can be preserved. Okay, so this is also a very good big advantage. So this means after amino functionalization, the activity, stability, and returnability are all improved. And that's because the amino groups can form coordination bond with the nickel zinc oxide active site. So after this, the stability can be improved, and also activity are also enhanced, and also the returnability. Okay, so now let's come to the conclusion part. And we have synthesized the ultra-small nickel zinc oxide silica synergistic catalyst by reverse microemulsion. And this catalyst was used in the reaction of sodium bicarbonate hydrogenation to formic acid. The formic acid yield can be as high as 97%, which is comparable to the activity of the noble metal catalyst. And this outstanding performance is related to the active component size and the synergy based on electron transfer between nickel and zinc oxide. And also the activity, stability, and the returnability of the amino functionalized catalyst have all been greatly improved. Okay, finally, I'd like to acknowledge my students, group students, and my collaborators, and also the financial support by the National Natural Science Foundation of China and China Postdoctoral Science Foundation. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jiaxing Wang, for your presentation. So, yeah, do we have any questions? Yeah, Dr. Wang, there is a question for you at the chat session. The question is, can you comment on the selectivity towards FA production Are there any compounds formed?
Yes, the selectivity towards Fa production. In our reaction, we can only detect the formic acid. No other compounds are formed. This may be because our catalysts, the size are very small, and also there exists the synergistic effect. I think so. And if we there are many reports if they use copper and zinc oxide and alumina, then it will form methanol. But if we can here, if we use the nickel and the zinc oxide, then we will get Fa formic acid. So that's, I think, because the inherent properties of the metals. Okay, I hope I can like this.
So, Dr. Konshania, I hope you've received the answer. So, do we have any other questions? Yeah. So, any other questions? I guess there are no more questions. Anyways, thanks a lot for your time, Dr. Wang. So,
okay, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. So, moving on to our next presentation. It's from Dr. Rita Keiski from University of Oulu, Finland, on the study of nanoparticle size effects in nitrate reduction in aqueous phase by using PT nanoparticles supported on silica. Dr. Rita Keiski, your voice is not audible, but yeah, your screen is visible to us. Just give me a second. I'll just unmute you.
Yes. Can you hear me and see me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
Should I put this the screen a bit larger?
Yeah.
Yeah, I will put that off and. Okay. You can see now.
Yeah, now it's visible.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone from Finland. We have afternoon in here. And first of all, I would like to give my gratitude to the webinar organizers for providing us this opportunity to tell you about our latest results. Our study concerns nanoparticle size effect in nitrate reduction in aqueous phase by using platinum nanoparticles supported on silica. Yes, this work has been done by our postgraduate student Kaver Safkat, and then Satu Pitkäho and Minna Tiainen are doctors and supervisors, and I'm the professor of the group, Rita Keiski. Coming from the University of Oulu, which is a very winter city and in the close to the Arctic Circle, you can see some figures in the first slide from our Market Hall and City Hall and Cathedral and the pedestrian street. Yeah, Finland is located, as you know, in the Northern Europe, and our country is here. It belongs to the Scandinavian countries, and our capital Helsinki is 600 south from Oulu. Oulu is here, and we are coming from Oulu, which is in the middle part of Finland. Our university was established in '58, and our slogan is Science with Arctic Attitude. We have quite many faculties. We are a multidisciplinary university, which provides us very good opportunity to do collaboration between sciences. We come from the Faculty of Technology. I'm actually the Dean of the Faculty of Technology for the time being, and we have several disciplines as well in our faculty. You can see it here. the presentation represents the areas of process engineering, environmental engineering, and chemistry. This group is about that, and our focus in catalysis is related to those study areas. Our faculty is very multidisciplinary, as I said, and quite big also in the context of the Finnish universities and faculties. And we contribute to sustainable valorization of natural resources and also master the whole value chain from raw materials to end products, recovering and recycling materials, sorry. We are working in areas like steel research, circular economy, bioeconomy, automation, environment and clean technologies where we come from, planning and productivization, as well as Arctic mineral resources and geological systems. And the unit where we are coming from is Environmental and Chemical Engineering Research Unit, where there are 3 professors besides me, Professor Mika Ruusunen in biorefinery measurements and Associate Professor Daniela Sweden-Hoyt in inorganic chemistry. We provide scientific knowledge to design sustainable materials and technologies for production processes and environmental applications. And our group is quite multidisciplinary. We master material development, characterization and measurement methods, then unit operation development, as well as process modeling, control, advanced data analysis and optimization. And besides that, we are developing sustainability assessment methods and criteria, and we are assessing those technologies and materials as well that we are developing in our unit. So this a bit more about our unit, the research areas, sustainable production and energy, resource efficiency, waste minimization and emission abatement, and more also utilization, which is from the circularity point is a very important issue. Then this physical phenomena, mass heat, momentum transfer and modeling of those phenomena, that is actually in the core of my professor post besides catalysis. But now our presentation concerns this water and wastewater purification related issues. This type of things we have been done in a wide scope if we consider industries, and we also do technologies, materials that can be used as clean tech applications. So process and environmental technologies, both of them, as well as production processes, are what we are designing. And if you think about materials, both primary, like platinum, we are touching in here in our presentation, but also secondary and substitutive materials, how we substitute, for example, very noble metals and that type of things with cheaper materials. And then we use also renewable and recycled materials, waste and side streams from different industries to develop our materials. We have been using, for example, red mud as a starting material for oxidation catalysts. Sustainable development goals are very important for us, as I think that are very important for the whole catalysis community, because with that attitude we can do very good things for our globe. Then a bit more about what type of water research we have been doing in our unit, and we come to the part of catalysis that is important in this presentation. We have been utilizing membranes for different, to separate, to purify, to separate, for example, solvents, nutrients, valuable compounds, heavy metals, and so on and so forth. Also adsorption and ion exchange and development of these materials have been in the core, like activated carbon from bio-waste. and then separation of nutrients and proteins, for example. Then if you consider water research and catalysis, then of course different type of advanced oxidation processes, photocatalysis, and then reduction. Heterogeneous catalysis has been there an important area. We also develop hybrid technologies, combine photocatalysis with membranes or adsorption materials, and even the combinations of these three have been in our goals. And separating different type of like phosphates, heavy metals, nitrogen, sulfates, chlorines, and different type of anions and cations. Then one of the issues has also been fouling of surfaces. We started with titanium surfaces, how titanium is precipitating or crystallizing on the surface, and how we can get rid of that in industry. And sustainability assessment, I already highlighted that when we are assessing sustainability in an early stage of a process design project, so that when there doesn't exist that much information concerning the new reaction rules, for example, how we can do it. We have developed a method for that, and for example, it has been quantitative, but we are turning it to qualitative for the time being, as well as making it more automatic. And for example, data fusion is a very important area over there. And then to nitrate removal, that is the issue of this presentation. So of course nitrates are pollutants in surface and groundwaters, and from fertilizers and industrial waste we are getting those to our water bodies, and eutrophication is one of the biggest issues that comes along the problematicity, and this nitrate pollution can be very hazardous to human health, because drinking water can be poisonous and even cause stomach cancer. Then if you consider the limit values, WHO has set guidelines for drinking water if you consider nitrates or nitrates, as well as then the minimum requirements by the EU legislation are 50 milligrams per liter for nitrate and 0.5 milligrams per liter for nitrate. And then what about the US EPA? They have set maximum concentration levels, this MCLs, for nitrate and nitrate, and the corresponding values in milligrams per liter are shown in here for nitrate 44 and for nitrate 44 and for nitrate 3 milligrams per liter. Of course, when doing environmental technologies and developing materials for those technologies, the goal is to really get under the limit values to get safe technologies which are also sustainable, and we do the assessment at the same time. Let's see. Okay, next then we come to this nitrate removal by catalysis that we are doing, liquid phase hydrogenation or metal catalysts. So there are, of course, technologies that are existing in industry, biological denitrification, being a very slow process, long startup times, and foam sludges must be disposed. These are the limitations and drawbacks. And then physical chemical processes like ion exchange, adsorption, reverse osmosis, electrodialysis, or membranes, they also have certain limitations that need to be met so that the technologies are sustainable. And for that reason, we have also started to do this develop catalysts, and our goal has been to develop this type of monometallic catalysts for nitrate reduction from waters. And when going through the state of the art, of course, the advantages of this is that we can work under quite mild conditions, mild temperatures and pressures, and with good selectivities, and end up to harmless nitrogen gas when we are reducing these compounds. Of course, there might be over reduction for this, but that has to be prevented via making a selective catalyst. Orlov and Take first started to catalyze these bimetallic systems, and there are combinations of different noble metal catalysts and other metals that have been tested and have been found with high selectivity and activity. But we selected the way to go over the monometallic catalysts because they have not been studied that intensively like bimetallic systems have been. Really we wanted to then go with platinum first of all, and also check the nanoparticle sizes, different nanoparticle sizes, like we have 2, 4, and 8 nanometer sized synthesized nanoparticles, and incorporated them with high surface area 3D silica supports. And our aim was to adjust platinum size and shape so that we can really also see with one metal how they will function if these are the variables. And we have published in this year this nanomaterials publication, that is the contents of this presentation can be found from this article. But let's go further. So catalyst preparation step was really the first step was platinum nanoparticles preparation, and we used this Wang article to synthesize that. This comes from the group of Professor Somoria at the University of California in Berkeley, where me and Satu have been visiting and have been spending our postdoctoral periods. So we have been doing collaboration with Professor Somoria and been his students, which has been a really lovely possibility. So with them, we analyzed those nanoparticle materials then and found that the size distributions for 2, 4, and 8 nanometer size were quite narrow distributions and have homogeneous morphologies. Okay, then the next slide tells about the support preparation. We prepared 2 types of silica supports, SPA15 and MCF17, based on the articles that can be found from these articles, and they are different type of course. The first one having quite big surface area, 800 square meters per gram, and a narrow pore size 7.4 nanometers, and the pore volume a bit more than 1 cubic centimeter per gram. And then the other one had wider pores, 40 nanometers. Pore volume was also higher, but the surface area half of that, the first one. Okay, and then next, then the catalyst preparation, platinum on silica preparation step is described in here. This synthesized platinum nanoparticles really were supported on those 2 different types of silicas that were prepared in the earlier step. these silicas, they attributed to different pore size requirements of platinum nanoparticles loading that were loaded on the internal surface of support. So we ended up with these catalysts over here. This MCF-based silica was used in the case of this bigger catalyst platinum clusters and this SPA with the smaller ones. And then activity tests. Here you can see the reactor setup during the experiment and the analysis device. The experiments were done in airtight patch reactor and at the room temperature. And these are the information about the typical conditions. First of all, there was some synthetic solution of sodium. Can't see now the. I changed that. Of sodium nitrate containing 100 milligrams per liter nitrate was prepared, and then there was some removal of oxygen that was done before the experiment started, and then 0.1 gram of reduced catalyst was transferred to the reactor after that. Hydrogen flow was 100 milliliters per minute, and it was used as electron donor by purging it into the reactor in the flow rate of 100 milliliters per minute. And then to verify the results, we repeated experiments. Activity measurements was repeated with the used catalyst that was filtered and dried overnight at 50 degrees centigrade. So this is the activity test equipment. And then analysis during the experiments was done with online capillary electrophoresis. The setup you can see in here. And the samples were nitrate. The species in the water samples were nitrate, and ammonium that were measured, those concentrations of those. And in the analyzer, it is equipped with high sensitivity ultraviolet vis detector module as well as and a diode array detector module. And what were the results and what was done first? Of course, we also studied how the silica is acting in the reaction, and in this figure you can see the result concerning the SPA15 and MCF17, how they were acting in nitrogen reduction, and the results indicated that the reaction takes place on the platinum nanoparticles and not on the silica support, if you go, because the tests were done also with those plain supports. However, in our study that was done for the article, we notified that none of the catalysts achieved complete nitrate removal from the reaction mixture. But with the additional tests, we could testify that the reason was, since we didn't change, we didn't keep the pH on a constant value. We just let it change during the reaction, and for that reason we didn't receive 100% conversions for the nitrate, and the maximum was around 74%. It can be, yeah, okay, you can see that these are the catalysts in here, and these are the support materials, and also blank test is shown in here. Okay, we calculated the turnover frequencies, and you can see in this figure the results for 2, 4, and 8 nanometer platinum particle sizes, and then we can testify with this the clear dependency of the activity on the platinum nanoparticle size. And these nitrates, they were converted to nitrogen, nitrate, and ammonium on all 3 catalysts. But here you can see the selectivities, then how these 2, 4, and 8 nanometer platinum size clusters, how they influenced on the selectivity. And the highest selectivity was 74% towards nitrogen, as you can see in here. And it disproved that the best catalyst was this 4 nanometer sized catalysts. And these larger platinum nanoparticles more active towards ammonium formation. This is the ammonium ion, as well as in here, but this was not that active. And also the literature is supporting this observation. And then we continued what we found. There is something that is, I can't read it from here. Okay, yes, let's go on. The monometallic, according to the literature, the monometallic catalysts have not been active in nitrate reduction, but our observation indicated that it is so that they are active. And to gain more understanding on the nitrate reduction or monometallic catalyst, this XPS analysis before and after the loading of platinum on silica support were conducted. And if you look up on the results, then there is also this figure 5 telling about that. We were able to conclude that the electronic structure property of this platinum PVP nanoparticles results in higher activity of a monometallic catalyst, and this PVP, this polyvinyl pyrrolidone ligands apparently work as promoter in the PVP capped platinum nanoparticles. So this seems to be an important issue in our findings, and this PVP stabilized metal surface can serve as an electron donor or as an electron acceptor. And finally, the conclusions over here. So we studied 3 we studied the size effect of platinum nanoparticles supported on silica on the catalytic reduction of nitrates in aqueous phase, and we studied the activity and selectivity. And this platinum nanoparticle size had a noticeable effect on the turnover frequency values of nitrate reduction. When we were studying this area from 2 to 8 nanometers now in our studies. And nitrogen was relatively dominant product in studied catalyst, but this 4 nanometer platinum showed the best selectivity. And then the size-dependent selectivity showed that the large nanoparticles, platinum nanoparticles, favor ammonium formation, which is something that we don't want to that happens. And the smaller 2 nanometer platinum nanoparticles, they were found to be too small for nitrogen formation. So in the middle is the best way how to go with the 4 nanometer size particles. And besides that, the role of the PVP ligands on the platinum nanoparticle surfaces was seen to have an influence, that there is a role for that, and the interaction of the caping agent, this PVP, with the metal particles could be regarded as an important aspect of the catalytic behavior of size-controlled nanoparticles. We are now going on with these studies, and we also have an aim to go towards sulfate reduction, maybe with similar kind of procedures. But now we are making the studies concerning nitrate reduction. And this is our group, all of us here. Satu is here, Minna is here, they are the supervisors. Kaver, who is doing his doctoral studies, is here, and I'm here. And our contact information, emails can be found from this, and also our web pages. So thank you very much for this opportunity to have this talk. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Rita Kaiski, for your meaningful presentation. So yeah, do we have any questions for Dr. Rita? Yeah, it is. Yes, Dr. Rita, you have a question from Dr. Conchiania. It is that you have used supports with different pore sizes, and does this have an effect?
We needed to go, of course, with these different pore sizes because we had a different nano sizes that were used. The lower one was 7.4, and we were having 8 nanometer size was the biggest. And if it goes to the, of course, if the clusters can go to the pore sizes, that has an effect. But I should ask Satu. Satu, are you also hearing this? Do you have or do we have the idea to go on with that route? Can you answer?
Yes. Yes. So it is quite common with these silicas to use either SPA 15 or MCF 17, and because we could conclude that they were both inert in the nitrate reduction reaction, we were able to use them as they were, and they have been used that way quite a lot in the literature. So we don't think that the pore size had an effect on this reaction.
Okay, good, thanks.
Yeah, thank you,
Okay.
Doctor.
Thanks a lot.
So we have One more question from Dr. Antonio. It's very nice presentation. A simple question is, have you studied the stability of the PTNP after many cycles? Do they have a significant impact in selectivity and or yield?
So far we studied 3 cycles, and the selectivity or the yield didn't change. And we should have studied more with the control pH, but this we didn't do yet, but we will do it in the future.
Yeah, thank you
Thanks a lot
for your answer. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rita, for your presentation and your time.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's move on to the next presentation. It's from Dr. Sara Stolyarova from Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, Israel. Yes.
Now I will share my presentation.
Yes, Dr. Sara. Yeah, it's visible. The screen is visible.
Visible now. I will. Go to meeting. What question? Yeah.
Yeah.
One moment. Can you see it well?
Yeah, we can. Maybe could you please try to make it a slideshow? Maybe it'll be visible bigger.
Slideshow, where is? No. One moment, please. Okay.
Sure, sure.
Oh. Is it okay now?
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, so now we'll be having the presentation on the role of catalyst in performance of combustion, types of MEMS gas sensor. So
Thank you for the opportunity to present here our work on the role of catalysis in gas sensing. This is the agenda of my work. I will introduce to you the GMOS catalytic gas sensor and consider different catalysis for GMOS, mainly sputtered and printed with nanoparticles, and I will demonstrate the results of GMOS sensing, considering selectivity, sensitivity, and reliability. Unfortunately, I couldn't put the first slide, so I have to say that the work has been performed by the group of co-authors from the Technion, Israel Institute of Technology, Todos Technologies, and the Heraus Holding Corporation. One moment, I have some technical problem here. Не получается. Вот это, вот эту стрелочку. Это стрелочка. Share. No, share.
I'm sorry
I don't
for
know
the interruption.
why I cannot proceed with to go ahead with this.
Okay, if you're having an issue with the GoToMeetings icon present on the screen, you can see 2 arrows facing each other. So you can just click on that, it'll get minimized.
Oh. Okay, maybe now it will be better.
Yeah.
Вот это. Что мне делать? Потому что не такое. Вот. Ну а что если теперь? В таком режиме показывать? Нет, я не могу, потому что мне нужно делать сейчас. Нужно.
Dr. Sarah, if you're comfortable
Yes.
with this, you
One
can
moment.
proceed. No problem.
Can you see this now?
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah. So the motivation, I don't know. The motivation now it was a growing need for the new gas sensors in recent years for environmental monitoring, for air quality monitoring, in safety issues for driver alcohol detection, in medical for breath analysis, diagnosis of different diseases. And the very interesting application is in agriculture. It is for ethylene monitoring in post-harvest handling on fruits and vegetables. Ethylene affects the ripening and needs to be controlled. Up to 50% of fruits and vegetables are wasted in post-harvest processes due to the lack of appropriate gas sensors. And last but not least, the sensors, everyone now wants to have sensors in smartphone, or at least that the data will be transferred to the smartphone. The requirements to the gas sensors should be sensitive, selective, reliable, small, low power, and low cost. Now, if we look to the market analysis graph, we see that in the next several years, the gas sensor market will grow significantly. But at the same time, we see that the catalytic sensors are not so popular. Why? We think that it is because the absence of miniature thermal sensors with high sensitivity, and also because of the absence of efficient and stable catalysts. However, recently at the Technion, it was invented very efficient thermal sensor based on CMOS SOI MEMS transistor. It detects temperature changes of suspended transistor induced by infrared radiation. And it has the highest performance, highest temperature sensitivity, requires lowest power, and is manufactured at low cost. Here you see the suspended transistor in micromachine cavity. The width of the cavity is 300 microns. And these advantages of CMOS can be easily transferred to the gas sensor. For this purpose, we add to CMOS, to the transistor stage, embedded heater, and catalytic reaction plate. And so we have miniature sensitive gas sensor dubbed GMOS. The GMOS has sizes of 1.6 millimeter to 2.2 millimeter and includes 6 pixels. 3 of them are active pixels covered with catalysts. Here you see the one single pixel and cross-section of the pixel. We see here the transistor, embedded heater and catalytic layer, which actually sits on oxide layer. The principle of operation is as follows. The transistor with the reaction plate is heated with built-in resistor to gas ignition temperature. The combustion reaction of gas on catalytic surface releases heat, which increases PMOS temperature and modifies current voltage characteristic of transistor. In such a way, the temperature increase due to the reaction is translated into electrical signal. We made the differential temperature measurements between blind pixel without catalyst and the active pixel covered with the catalyst. The signal is proportional to the sensitivity of the thermal sensor and temperature change due to the reaction, which in turn is proportional to the reaction power divided to thermal conductance. The chemical reaction power is calculated is flux of the molecules multiplied by area of the catalyst and reaction enthalpy per molecule. At the end, we have the formula for the signal, which here this member is related to the transistor, and the constant reaction rate constant depends on catalyst, and also the area depends on the catalyst. The rest depends on the gas. This is the experimental setup. This is evaluation board shown, and the readout chip and the GMOS sensor, which is so tiny. It is several times smaller than the readout chip, can be seen here. And on the right is the experimental chamber with evaluation board and GMOS. Now, what were the catalyst deposition technology? We used two techniques, magnetron sputtering and inkjet printing. These two techniques allows wafer level processing, and actually what is important, they don't hurt the transistor, because it is a real challenge to apply catalyst to already suspended transistor, micromachine transistor. It's very fragile and couldn't be touched by anything mechanically. These are the catalysts that we used for GMOS. Mainly we compared sputtered and printed nanoparticle catalysts. We got platinum and palladium for sputtered, but we couldn't get palladium in the form of nanoparticles. So we used different platinum inks and titanium oxide homemade water dispersion. Now we came to the sensing results. Let's show how we can selectively detect gases in mixtures. For the selectivity term, we choose the ignition temperature. The ignition temperature is defined as transition temperature between surface control reaction to diffusion limited reaction regions in the temperature dependence of released power due to the combustion. Ignition temperature is a physical property of gas and catalytic layer nature. So it is unique for the combination of specific gas and specific catalyst. And measuring in different temperatures allows us to detect gases in mixture. Let's see first the theoretical approaches. We can use one catalyst for two gases because they have different ignition temperatures. And we can use two catalysts for one gas on the right side because one gas and two catalysts have different ignition temperatures. And you can see that the experimental results actually confirmed this theory. We have ethanol and acetone, and they show different ignition temperature, so we can measure actually the mixture at different temperatures and compare the signals, and with very simple algorithm to get the concentrations of individual components. Let's see how it was in reality. We took different mixtures, ethanol and with acetone, with different ethanol-acetone ratios, 5 mixtures, and we measured first the signal at low temperature, where only one gas, ethanol, can be detected. Then we predicted the concentration of this gas at high temperature using the calibration curves and measured the summer signal at high temperature, and then we got the concentrations of the individual components. And it was done with rather high accuracy. The error didn't exceed 20% and sometimes was even 0. Now we go to the sensitivity evaluation. First of all, we wanted to compare nanoparticle printing with sputtering. And as could be predicted, the nanoparticle ink showed twice better sensitivity for ethanol gas as compared to sputtered platinum. Also for the wide range of ethanol concentration. And it was explained by the higher effective area of platinum nanoparticle catalyst. The sizes of the particles were between 10 and 25 nanometers. Next, we checked the resolution. For this purpose, the ethanol was introduced into the chamber with the portion on 1 ppm consequently, and we see nice resolution with 1 ppm till 10 ppm measured. And then we measured the response, and it was rather fast response on 12 seconds. And this is demonstrated for ethylene gas detection of 100 ppm. And this was limited by the reaction rate because the thermal time constant of thermal sensor is about 7 milliseconds. Now let's compare the titanium oxide nanoparticles and platinum nanoparticles and for ethylene detection. We can see that titanium oxide catalyst is very effective, very sensitive to the ethylene detection. 100 ppm concentration was used. However, the nanoparticle catalyst of platinum was even more efficient when measured with 10 ppm ethanol. And we can say that GMOS may be tailored for application by catalyst selection. Titanium oxide, which is very cheap, can be used for high concentration measurement, for which are monitored in ripening rooms. And for low concentration of ethylene, which is important for fruit storage and transportation, platinum nanoparticle catalyst can be used for measuring from 1 to 10 ppm. Now, the last but not least, we check the Heraus platinum ink, and this ink is different for the other one because it is provided in the form of salt, platinum salt, not in the form of platinum nanoparticles, as was with Fraunhofer ink. So this catalyst is transferred to nanoparticles only during heating already on the reaction plate. And because of this, it gave very uniform pixel coverage and very thin layer. And this thin layer showed rather high sensitivity to ethylene. However, it was a bit lower with platinum Heraus than for Fraunhofer, as you can see from the graphs. However, what was very important that the baseline was much more stable, evidently because of the very thin layer. So it was possible to significantly amplify the signal, and as a result, 500 parts per billion of ethanol could be measured. So we got already the part per billion level of detection. And for this, we got 150 millivolts. So the single part per billions actually will be measured. But all these advantages should be actually kept for a long time, but it is a known problem of catalyst degradation. In general, the reliability depends on several things, on overall sensor technology, on the environmental conditions, and finally on the catalyst deactivation or stability. Sensor technology is very reliable. The environmental factors such as humidity and temperature actually doesn't hurt the signal significantly. Here we see that the humidity influence is very weak, and it can be explained by two main processing acting in opposite directions: the decrease of thermal conductivity of ambient air with increase of humidity, and competitive absorption of water molecules and the gas molecules. The temperature indeed can actually affect the measurement, but it can be easily compensated using temperature sensor, which will be integrated with the gas sensor in the final device. To study the nature of catalyst contamination, we performed the XPS measurements. Here you see the XPS survey spectra for GMOS stored in air for several months. The platinum signal almost disappeared, and we see the heavy contamination with carbon and nitrogen. Silicon and oxygen can be from the substrate. To find what actions could be done to prevent or to avoid the contamination and the loss of the signal, we prepared several samples which were stored for months in open air. Here you see on the right side that this sample was heavily contaminated with carbon and nitrogen. The platinum can be detected at all, but when we heated the samples at 300 Celsius for 30 minutes, the content of carbon significantly decreased, and the signal from platinum significantly increased. And also the nitrogen signal decreased. Actually, in this condition, we already could get a significant signal from the GMOS during sensing. Now, what could be done further? This sample was covered with PTFE filter and stored for 10 days in air. And we can see that during the storage with the filter, nothing changed. So the filter prevented the further contamination of the GMOS. In the same time, when the sample was stored 10 days the same time in air without filter, the carbon contamination and also nitrogen contamination significantly increased. We further studied the contamination nature with the high resolution XPS, and we can see that the carbon contamination actually contains different compounds, carbonates, and nitrogen containing, and VOX contamination, and also the platinum is, half of the platinum is in compound form. Next, we compared the spectrum for carbon with the spectrum with typical siloxane XPS spectra, and as expected, they were very similar. So this is the contamination model. The obvious reason of catalyst deactivation is the geometrical blocking of the catalyst by a shell of organic and inorganic carbon contaminants, carbonides, vox, siloxanes, and also it can be poisoned due to the chemical interaction of platinum with nitrogen. It was reported that the common poisons for platinum are nitrogen heterocycles, which can be found in tobacco smell. Now, so we saw that it is a real problem with the reliability. However, undertaking the action of using nanoparticle catalyst, sensor preheating prior first use at high temperature, using PTFE filter and periodic catalytic refreshment, I mean short catalytic heating to high temperature prior every measurement, we can reach very sensitive performance, very stable performance of the GMOS during a long time. Here you see the signal of the gas measured for more than 30 days, and it was completely stable using these actions. So if we now compare our GMOS with the competitive sensor, we see that sensor size reduction is available, power consumption is low, price is low, sensitivity is good, selectivity is good, in contrast to electrochemical and MOX sensors, and reliability is limited by sensing layer stability, but can be achieved using the above mentioned actions. And in summary, it has developed a new novel sensor GMOS that is tiny, cheap, requires low power as much as 1 milliwatt. It is sensitive up to 500 ppb of ethanol was checked. It is selective using ignition temperature, and it can be reliable using standard technology and tested procedures for catalysts. Okay, that's all. But I want to acknowledge my co-authors, head of our laboratory, TODOS Chief Scientist, Professor Emeritus Yael Nemirovsky, and all our team, Dimash Lenkevich, Dr. Tanya Blank, Dr. Christian Neumann that provided the Heraus ink, and other our team members, and also the generous funding of TODOS Technologies is gratefully acknowledged.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot, Dr. Sarah, for your presentation. So, yeah, do we have any questions for Dr. Sarah? I guess there are no questions, Dr. Sarah. So yeah, anyways, thanks a lot for your time and your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yeah, with this, we'll just go on with the lunch session and we'll meet again at 1:30 p.m. in London time. I guess it's only like 10 minutes, so or maybe we'll just meet at 1:40 p.m. at London time so that at least we'll have 20 minutes time for the lunch. Thank you. I hope everyone do come up after the lunch. Thank you. Dr. Sarah, you can actually click on the screen button once again so that the screen sharing will be removed.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technical problems.
No problem. That's okay. We do understand. Yeah.
This
applications.
conference will now be recorded.
So for those who are not familiar with the use of these unusual materials as a photocatalyst, let me just to address very briefly the context of this research. So we all know that the use of photocatalytic or photochemical reactions have attracted the attention in many different disciplines, particularly in environmental chemistry or energy production and conversion, due to the ability of the light to interact with certain materials, in this case what we call the photocatalyst, to produce charge carriers that we can employ for doing some chemical reactions afterward. So in heterogeneous photocatalysis, we all know that it is dominated by the use of transition metal oxides and sulfides as photocatalysts because of their characteristics in terms of the difference between the energy difference between the valence bands and the conduction bands, and also the position of the redox potential of these valence and conduction bands. However, despite of these characteristics, which allow the formation of the charge carriers upon illumination, most of these semiconductors, they have some limitations. Some of them are listed in the slide, as you can see in here, and they are pretty much related to the limited absorption under UV, also to the fast recombination of the charge carriers, which decreases the efficiency in the photocatalytic reaction, and also some issues associated to the recovery of the photocatalyst and therefore the reuse because of their commonly nano-sized dimensions. In order to overcome these limitations of, as I said, most semiconductors, there are different approaches that have been developed over the past 20 years. Some of them are including the synthesis of new materials in order to tune the band gap position, also working on the composition, on the elaboration of thin films, or on controlling the crystallinity and the particle size in order to reduce the recombination. And among different other options, the use of carbon materials is also being demonstrated to be an interesting one in order to increase the photoactivity of semiconductors. For a few years already, the utilization of carbon materials in photocatalysis has been explored, and up to date, we have the role of carbon materials is summarized in this sketch in the upper side of the slide, and it is mainly related to three different characteristics. On the first hand is the incorporation of carbon atoms in the lattice of the semiconductor, because that is been demonstrated to improve the light absorption features in the visible range. Also, the incorporation of either a carbon film coating the particles of the semiconductor, or within the same idea, the incorporation of the semiconductor in the use of additives, incorporating either porous carbons or carbon nanostructures with increased electrical conductivity, such as graphene or carbon nanotubes. In this case, the increased photocatalytic performance of the mixture is based on the one hand, the increased mass transfer of the reaction due to the close connection of the NDM mobilization of the semiconductor in the porosity of the carbon material, or also to the decreased recombination of the charge carriers when we have carbon materials with an increased conductivity, as in the case of graphene or derivatives. The third option is the use of carbons as photocatalysts, as we have demonstrated in our works, because of their ability to incorporate, to produce radical species when they are exposed to the right illumination. So, just as a few examples of which are the benefits of the use of carbons in different applications, I am going to very briefly describe the photocatalytic performance of a series of semiconductor carbon composites. You have here the conversion towards the degradation of a dye that you can see in this picture, of a series of catalysts based on the use of bismuth tungstate as a semiconductor, and different carbons in a 2% weight in the composites. Compared to the bare semiconductor, which is this line, the incorporation of only 2% of the carbons increased in most of the cases the finite conversion of the dye, and most importantly, it accelerated the conversion reaction. This behavior was observed not only at 2% of decomposition, but also when we increase the amount of the carbon additive in the material up to, for instance, 5 or 10%. This is an example of the performance of the incorporation of 5% versus 2%, where we can see that still the performance in terms of kinetic and final conversion is better than that for the bare semiconductor, even though we have a decrease in the when the amount of the carbon additive is increased in the composite. Another important feature is that the carbon materials are also able to modify and to accelerate the degradation of the intermediates, not only of the target pollutant that we are using, as we can see in here for the evolution of the different intermediates of this dye, and in the bare semiconductor, and also in one of these composites where we have used only 2% of the carbon additive. The second example that I've chosen is to show you the photocatalytic performance of carbon materials when they are used alone as a photocatalyst. So in this case, there is no semiconductor and there is no other metallic or any other material. So it's just the carbon matrix that is contributing to the degradation of, to a degradation reaction in this case, which is the degradation of phenol as a representative molecule of aromatic compounds. So in this case, we have used a porous material, and we have observed that when we compare with the performance of either the bare semiconductors or even different composites of the semiconductor and the carbon, the performance of the carbon alone was much better. In this case, this was attributed to the confinement of the molecule inside the pores and the tight adjustment of those pores to the dimensions of this molecule. We have also observed by analyzing a series of different carbon materials, which are represented here by different letters, that the conversion inside the pores depends on the physical chemical features of the carbon materials, and we have not only a different conversion of the phenol molecule itself that would be represented by the decrease in the amount of these bars, considering that 45 micromole is the starting point, but also it's determined by the conversion of the different speciation intermediates that we can detect inside the porosity. In another study, we have also observed that this photocatalytic effect of the carbons is actually very dependent on the wavelength conditions, so in the illumination conditions. And this is why we need to understand exactly what is the interactions of the light depending on the energy and the lamp sources that we are using in the photocatalytic experiments in order to understand which is the conversion that we are getting in the end. You can see in the evolution of all these different carbons that we have an increased performance when we use very energetic reactions, very energetic illumination. But for some of the materials, we also have a very marked increase in the photocatalytic performance when we applied wavelengths corresponding to the visible light. So in order to understand what is exactly the role of the carbon, either when it's used as a semiconductor or when it is used in a composites, one of the parameters that it's very important to determine and to analyze is the analysis of the optical features of the catalyst. So to do that, in the presentation, I will revisit which are the experimental and challenges associated to the analysis of these features, and also the interpretation of such optical features, because it is still quite controversial, even for semiconductors, and it is much more complex when we add unusual materials as a photocatalyst as are the carbon materials. So for the presentation, I will illustrate a few examples with typical semiconductors. either TiO2 because it's the benchmark material in photocatalysis, also bismuth tungstate and tungsten oxide. And I will focus also on the use of different carbon materials, varying the amount from 2 to 10%. I will not give much details on the properties of the semiconductors, which are very well known by most of the and very well described in the literature, but I would like to say just a few words on the choice of the carbon materials that we have used, as I've mentioned before, either for the elaboration of these semiconductor carbon composites or when they are used as a photocatalyst themselves. So you have here a summary of these materials, starting from a hydrochar, which is obtained from the thermal treatment in an autoclave under these conditions of a polysaccharide. The characteristic of this material is that it has a very rich surface chemistry. It has an oxygen content of over 24 weight %, which is composed mainly of hydroxylic groups and carboxylic groups, which are known to be very active upon illumination. Another material study were carbon nanotubes. In this case, they were commercial, provided by this company in here. Because carbon nanotubes have been very widely used also for these applications, and because of their role as photosensitizers when they are added to a semiconductor. And the other group of the materials correspond to porous materials, which have been obtained under different synthetic conditions and also using different precursors such as coal or biomass. And we have also submitted them to various thermal treatments or oxidation treatments in order to vary the surface chemistry of these materials, because we were interested also in knowing which is the impact not only on the porosity of the carbons but also of the surface functionalization when we are able to incorporate chromophoric groups. So you can have here, for instance, that carbon CQ was oxidized to increase the oxygen content, and on the other way, carbon CB that was obtained from a biomass precursor was also thermally annealed to reduce the functionalization. Also some information about the porosity. Some of the materials are porous with a very high surface area, others are not so porous. And the important thing also is that the different functionalization also has an effect on the surface pH of these catalysts. So as I've mentioned before, it is very important to know the optical features of a photocatalyst. And even though there is different techniques to determine these property, the use of diffuse reflectance spectroscopy has become very powerful and very widely used technique. Because of different reasons, actually. The most important one could be that the instrumentation needed to determine this is quite accessible to most of the researchers, and also by recording the absorption spectra of these materials, we can have information on the electronic transitions upon illumination. The measurements are not sensitive to temperature variations, and also they are not sensitive to the electrical conductivity of the materials, which is very important when we are using composites. So in the case of diffuse reflectance, and because we have powder materials, so the light is partially scattered and not only absorbed, so that the Lambert-Beer equation is no longer valid, and therefore we can use the Kubelke-Munck theory as an approximation, which basically, this is the Kubelke-Munck functioning here, which basically describes the absorption features of the material as a function of these coefficients, the diffuse reflectance, the absorption, and the scattering coefficients. And for the validity of this theory, although it is also a bit controversial, relies on the fact that we are using samples which are thick and densely packed samples with very fine particle sizes. In the case of semiconductors, crystalline or non-crystalline with an amorphous structure, the optical absorption spectra, we can have the approximation that the absorption spectra is very well represented by the Kuehlke-Munck function, so that we can evaluate this absorption capacity by recording the diffuse reflectance of the materials. And also, in order to analyze these data, it is very commonly used the TAUC equation method, which is a graphical representation of this equation, as we can see here, which has a linearized form that I am including in the second line of the equations in here, where we can see that if we plot these magnitudes versus the energy, we should have a range where there is a linearized response that is will give us the energy gap of response of these materials. So it has to be said that even though the application and the validity is still argued by, in the case of the semiconductor, most of these controversy is also not clarified because of different reasons. The first one is that we need to know exactly the electronic transitions of the materials that need to be either characterized by other different techniques, or at least there has to be a consensus on the type of transitions of the materials that we want to analyze. There is also some other controversy which is related to actually the mathematical interpretation of this equation, and also the common error in evaluating the reciprocal of this exponent, the exponent n associated to the electronic transition, and the reciprocal, which is mathematically needed in order to do the linearization, and the fact that this direct or indirect allowed and not allowed transitions are also decimal numbers. So there is sometimes common errors in the literature reporting the reciprocal of the exponent and actually not applying these values. So this has to be analyzed with much attention. In the end, if we apply this equation to the experimental measurements of different semiconductors, we have these typical profiles of the semiconductors, where we have a very marked and stepped increase in the reflectance values at wavelengths over 400 nanometers, which is typical of this semiconductor, and it's marking the limit for the absorption of the wavelength, which is absorbed from that that is reflected in these materials. The application of the TAUC equation of these experimental data give us this type of plots where we can identify a different linear range, and this is actually the main challenge on the applications of the graphical representation of the TAUC equation, to define which is the linear range that we have to choose in order to evaluate the band gap value. So in this slide I am showing you an example of the measurements recorded for two semiconductors, TiO2 and bismuth tungstate. And in the these other plots, we have the TAUC representation. So I'd like to stress that this is the experimental measurements, and this is just the mathematical interpretation. So provided that we are applying the right values for the exponent and the reciprocal values of these exponents, I have marked in here they with different colors that I hope that you can still see, which are the ranges where we can fit this TAUC equation. So if we go back to the experimental data, we see that the rising of the absorption edge corresponds to wavelengths which are between 300 and 400 nanometers. So this rising that I've marked here in red color corresponds in the TAUC representation to this central part of the this linear range. So it seems reasonable that the extrapolation of these linear range will give us the value of the energy gap. However, there is, in order to make this extrapolation mathematically consistent, some authors have suggested that we need to use double linear fitting, defining the baseline for the experimental data. In this case, this baseline is also very reasonable to choose it in here. And this part, as you can see here, corresponds to the plateau in the reflectance values where the semiconductor does not absorb the light, which is also reasonable if we are using it as the baseline. So if we do the extrapolation of in both conditions, we have in this case numbers which are very close. So there is really not a big difference between them, which is the case if you apply this in the case of semiconductors. Also, you can see here the values obtained by the two methods for TiO2. As I said, also this is what you have when you apply this method to semiconductors, where the band gap, the absorption edge, is very well defined. This is not always the case, and this is what happens when we have a different semiconductor carbon catalyst. Again, here the composition of the carbon is only 2% in all of them. And this is just some images of the catalyst so that you can see that there is visually a marked difference in the color depending on the nature of the carbon additive that we are using. Of course, this difference in the colors are also correlated with the data of the diffuse reflectance. And this is the data corresponding to the series of TiO2, and this is the data of the series of the bismuth tungstate, where I have included two different series of materials using the same carbons but different preparation methods. So the idea or the message that I want to pass in here is that it's not only the nature of the carbon additive that is going to modify the optical features of the materials, but also the way the composite is prepared, because it's going to define, as you can see in here for this green light, is going to define the intimate contact in the interactions between the semiconductor and the carbon materials. So if we focus just on two examples, I have chosen the same carbon material, CV, in two different semiconductors, where you can see what I've mentioned before, this different behavior because of the different interactions between the carbon matrix and the semiconductor. So in the case of TiO2 with the carbon, we have the same, let's say, easy representation as we've seen before with the mark absorption edge, so that the interpretation of the tau representation is also quite obvious. In this case, it is even more important to use the double linear fitting in order to get the linear extrapolation of the value, because of, you can see here, we can have a slight decrease in the plateau. However, if we go to the case of the composite with bismuth tungstate, we can see that the profile has two different curvatures that I've marked here in red and in green color. So when we do the graphical representation, these red and green colors correspond to these areas. So in this case, we have to choose which is the proper linearized range that we have to fit. So if you look again in here, this red line corresponds to the central part of the linear range, which is due to the contributions of the semiconductor. And in fact, what we have, if by doing this extrapolation in this part, is a bandgap value very similar to that obtained with the bare semiconductor. So the second curvature in this case that appears at wavelengths over 400 nanometers, it is the contribution of the carbon matrix, which is composed of surface groups that are also able to absorb light. So we have a multi-phase optically active material due to the incorporation of the carbon, and therefore the extrapolation, in this case, we can have two different band gaps or due to the analysis of these two different curvatures, which is not the case in the composites built with TiO2. For the effect of the amount of the carbon additive, we have also the same behavior. So depending on the nature of the carbon, in the upper figures, I'm showing a non-functionalized carbon, and in the lower figures, I'm showing the same functionalized carbon, the CB before. So where we can see just the impact in the decreased reflectance over 500 nanometers with very small variation on the band gap values, but still there is a slight blue shift towards lower energies. And in the case of the functionalized carbon, what we can see is that even for materials, when we are using between 2, 5, and 13% of the carbon additive, there is a small shift in the range corresponding to the absorption edge of the semiconductor, whereas the second curvature, which is assigned to the carbon matrix, remain more or less constant for all of the sample. So my last example in these 3 minutes that I have left is in the case of the analysis of the carbon materials alone. So in this case, due to the strong absorbing features of the carbon, the application of these diffuse reflecting measurements becomes very complex. So some authors have proposed to use a thin film layers of the carbons. However, in this case, what we have observed is that we have some problems of reproducibility, and the measurements of the diffuse reflectance is not accurate, even if we have only a couple of layers between 1 and 2. And this is also because we are not complying with the validity of the Kuvalkamon theory that relies, as I've mentioned before, in the use of samples densely packed and infinitely thick. So in this case, we have tried to use a dilution with an unabsorbing material, such as barium sulfate, and then we first validated these dilution methods using a semiconductor. This is an example with zinc oxide, where we have 100% of the zinc oxide in the case of the red line, and only 10% of zinc oxide diluted with barium sulfate. You can see that the absorption age seems to be pretty much unchanged, even though if we zoom this area, there seems to be a tiny shift with the dilution. However, the main difference, the reflectance values over 500 nanometers is also the same, and there's just this shift in the values from the UV spectrum. So nevertheless, when we apply the Tauc equation in here, we have the similar band gap energies. So that's give us the same values even when there is no dilution of the semiconductor, which has validated the approach. So we decided to apply this for a series of carbon materials, and in this case, we first optimized the dilution, the amount of carbon incorporated. You can see here, we go from 5% to 20%. Over these values, the measurements of the reflectance are too small, and the reproducibility is starting to give some problems. So, but when we do the Tauc representation, we have that for all the dilution factors, 20, 15, even 10 or 5 that I've plot here in different equations, in different plots, so that you can see they give us the same values for the extrapolation using the double linear method. In this case, as you can see, if you focus in this one, it is extremely important to use the double linear method, because otherwise the zero extrapolation, due to the increase in the baseline, in the starting point of the absorbance, will give us even negative values, which do not make any sense. So anyway, the values, as I said before, they are not depending on the dilution ratio, which has allowed us to do the calculation of a series of carbons. These are just the experimental values of different series of porous carbon materials of different functionalization. Those who are interested in knowing more about these carbons, they can check up on our publication in the Journal of Photochemistry and Photobiology Chemistry in 2020. And with this data, we have analyzed and calculated the estimated band gap values for all these carbons. So in this case, it has to be said that we use different approximations in the calculations using direct or indirect transitions, because there's also a controversy in the literature whether we should apply the first or the second. We have compared our data with that published for amorphous carbons, as you can see in here, with different sp2 and sp3 configurations, and we have values ranging from 1 to 2.5 EVs, which are within the same range of order of magnitude that we got for all these carbons. They also are contrast with the work published by Belogala and co-workers, but in this case, as you can see, they are overestimating the values of the energy gap due to a not appropriate choice of the baseline, and therefore the intersection of the extrapolation gives us a value which is extremely high. So I am already out of time, so I will leave you with my remarks that will be mainly focused on proposing some tips for the analysis of the optical features of semiconducting materials, which are either incorporating carbon materials or that are showing multi-phase semiconducting materials, and also materials which have various thermal absorption features. So I think it is important that the raw experimental data and the fitting range should be reported, not just the values of the EG values or the tau graphical representation. In some cases, when the electronic transitions are not clear or they are still controversial and they cannot be validated by other methods, it should not be possible to apply the tau, and therefore it should be recommended not to calculate the EG value, but to compare the different absorption features in terms of the experimental data based on the diffuse reflectance. And in the case of amorphous carbons, it is also important that we must do the analysis with in a very cautious way, due to not only the uncertainty of the type of transitions, but because sometimes we can also discriminate the contributions of the chromophoric groups of the carbon. So with this, I'd like to acknowledge the financial support of the European Research Council, and of course you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Conchania, for your presentation. So yeah, do we have any questions? Do we have any questions? I guess there are no. Are we having any questions? Okay, I guess there are no.
In the chat.
Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot for your presentation, Doctor. It was informative.
Thank you.
So let's move on to our next presentation. It's from Dr. Shubhendu Shekhar from Indian Institute of Technology, India. Dr. Shubhendu, please do click on the screen button so that you'll be able to share your screen with us. Yeah, it's visible.
Visible, no?
Yeah, it is visible.
It is visible, no? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jessica and Ramaya, and for this opportunity to deliver this talk today. And I also thanks all the previous presenter, as well as who are participating in this meeting. So today, the major challenge in pharmaceutical chemistry, as is posed by COVID-19 pandemic, is to repurposing of the drug or to find out some easy protocols to synthesize drug molecules. If you come to the picture that that in many countries millions of people cannot afford drugs for price. 50% of an individual incomes is spent in buying essential drugs for annual healthcare spending. According to WHO, 1 billion people gets pushed into poverty, and because of now, if you see that in the strategy of drugs from the laboratory to market, we all are spending in the synthesis and validation cases together costing about 40% of the total cost, while synthesis and validation for the known drug costs 50% of the total cost to bring into the market. So most few triazole oil based drug molecules are effective. Various drug molecules are there. As per the class of one class is triazole oil drug molecules. The triazole moiety has attracted lots of attentions in the chemistry, biology, medicinal chemist, medical world, and also in material science applications. This click chemistry, out of which the triazole can be made, and the triazolyl molecule can serve as a drug molecule, such as here some examples are given: anti-cancer drug molecules, antifungal itraconazole, and fluconazole antifungal drug molecules. Other antibiotics containing tazobactam, containing triazole unit, anti-cancer, ceftriaxone, and Chi anti-cancer agent containing the triazole unit. So to introduce this triazole unit into the drug molecule, it needs the sophisticated and very simple strategy so that cost will be decreased down, and it will bring the much more affordability to the normal people in the world. So as per the literature, the click chemistry, the classical click chemistry approach has been discovered based on the drug development research as well as the leveling of biological molecule to understand the molecular interactions and molecular mechanism inside the cell by Professor Kolbe and Sharpless in 2001. Copper 1 catalyzed, which one earlier was known as Huygens azide alkyne cycloaddition reactions in 1861, and that did not use the copper 1 catalyst, which yield isomeric 1,4 and 1,5 triazole molecule. Sharpless put forth these click reactions for the drug discovery research and biological research, aiming at, he discovered that copper 1 catalyzed reactions is very simple and mild reactions conditions. So for the inception of this click chemistry, several modifications has been done. However, recent most avenue to have a photocatalytic approach to generate the click triazole is mostly advantageous, and heterogeneous catalytic approach is much more advantageous because of the recoverable and reusable photocatalyst. It can lead to eco-friendly, like some photocatalyst can be utilized for green solvent, and it needs minimal process cost and user friendly. So our photocatalytic system, we have chosen to overcome the environmental impact of organic solvent and organic base. We decided to utilize water as a green solvent and copper 2 ion doped titanium oxide nanocomposite. And we wanted to carry out photocatalytic click reactions in green solvent in absence of any kind of organic bases which are not environment friendly, and we adopted a simple sol gel technique for synthesis of copper 2 doped titanium oxide nanocomposite. Our concept was to utilize the air or hole as a green oxidant to make up the cycle lifelong. Means, if you look into the picture, that we wanted to transiently produce copper 1, which is very active, nascent copper 1 is very active to lead to the click reactions, and now the whole as a oxidant, or if we utilize whole scavenger as well as air as an oxidant, then copper 1 can lead to copper 2, and then the next cycle copper, because of the photoelectron transfer from valence band of titanium oxide to the conduction band, and this electron will be utilized for reduction of the copper 2. Thus copper 2 to copper 1 will be maintained very nicely, and the click chemistry will go on as soon as we will switch on the light onto the catalyst. So we have synthesized and characterized the catalyst by various means. UV visible shift of 23 nanometer with respect to the titanium oxide, virgin titanium oxide. It represents the titanium oxide shell on copper 2 surface, and the average particle size was found from the X-ray diffraction pattern at 43 nanometer and shift in diffraction angles planes tells that copper 2 ion dopant is most likely located in the interstitial positions of the titanium oxide. So no diffraction peak corresponding to oxides of copper have been observed. Therefore, we consider that it is the copper 2 is doped with the titanium oxide core. So FETM image, HRTM image confirms this copper and titanium oxide nanocomposite lattice core cell interface. HRTM showing successful doping of copper 2 in copper 2 titanium oxide nanocomposite. Interlattice spacing of copper 2 titanium oxide was found to be 0.34, and copper 2 metal ions are possibly oil incorporated into the titanium oxide lattice in the interstitial position. These copper 2 species would efficiently uptake one photogenerated electron from the titanium oxide conduction band, leading to copper 1, proposing sufficing our concept, and thus a rapid reduction of copper 2 to copper 1 would probably take place once titanium oxide is photo-excited. So from the XPS spectrum, we confirm that copper 2 plus ion present onto this nanocomposite. So next, after characterizations, we have carried out a standard click reactions with the azide 1A and phenylacetylene as the alkyne partner, and various reactions conditions or solvent conditions to test whether in presence of air or in absence of air these same reactions can be carried out, and catalyst can be effective in both the conditions. Solvent systems, we have chosen tertiary butanol and water solvent system as the green solvent towards green solvent, and found that very high yield within 1 hour. All reactions become completed within 1 hour, and we got 95% yield. However, in presence of nitrogen in tertiary butanol water solvent system, we did not found any fruitful conversion, only 25% conversion. This we found out that this is because of this the back cycle, that means copper 2 to copper 1 is, or copper 1 to copper 2 oxidation to supply the copper 2 into the reduction cycle is not possible, because tertiary butanol is known as a good hole quencher. So in absence of air, in absence of hole, the catalyst is inefficient in giving product. In THF solvent also we have tried, which is not known as a hole scavenger, and in presence of air or in presence of nitrogen nitrogen atmosphere, so we found that the catalyst is very much effective either in presence of air or in absence of air. Oxygen, basically the aerial oxygen, is necessary for the case of tertiary butanol, and for the case of THF it is not necessary, because in that time hole is acting as a green oxidant to oxidize copper 1 to copper 2 as a feed for the catalytic cycle. So this is we then standardize the catalyst load. So 15 milligram was found to be the highest yielding catalytic load, and we also carried out the reactions in different other conditions, like the light. In presence of light and catalyst is giving the highest yield. We have also background tested that dark condition, no catalyst, almost no reactions. In presence of dark condition, utilizing the catalyst, some percentage of the product yield we observed, and in presence of light and no catalyst, we also observe little bit conversion. But we observe the in presence of light and the catalyst is ultimate goal for these catalytic transformations. We also have kinetically studied in different on tertiary butanol and THF in 4 solvent systems, and we found out that the rate of the reactions or the yield, percentage of yield varies along with the time, and when the oxygen is there, that red color graph is showed that there is tertiary butanol and nitrogen. So this slope is tipped to the black one when tertiary butanol in presence of air, it gives high yielding. Therefore, in summary, a steady in presence of tertiary butanol water under aerobic condition, a steady and good progress of the reactions over time. Tertiary butanol is a good whole scavenger. Therefore, we can infer that oxygen has played an important role in maintaining catalytic activity. Tertiary butanol water system under anaerobic conditions, no complete conversions was observed and reaction was sluggish because no hole was there or no oxygen was there to feed the copper 2 from copper 1 as a necessary for the catalytic cycle. THF, in THF solvent under aerobic conditions, the reaction was very good, and within 15 minutes it yielded 76%, and in 1 hour it yielded 95%. Presence of both hole and oxygen helps in increasing the efficiency of catalytic cycle. And THF under anaerobic conditions, initiation of the reactions was slow. Till 15 minutes we found only around 3 to 4% reaction yield. However, steep increase in yield lead to 95% conversion at 60 minutes. Therefore, this experiment justify our mechanism and our proof of concept that both the hole and oxygen plays a crucial role in oxidation of copper 1 to copper 2 and thereby maintaining the catalytic cycle very efficiently. This is the catalytic cycle again is shown here, and we next tested the reusability of our catalyst, recyclability of our catalyst, and we found out that up to 6th cycle the yield did not deteriorated much. We also characterized after completion of the reactions the catalyst with the TEM as well as AFM morphology, AFM topography of the recovered catalyst remains the same. We also tested the atomic absorption spectroscopic measurement to test whether any leaching out of the copper 2 into the solutions that may again lead to other side products such as glacier coupling product may occur with the alkynes. So we have tested that there is no leaching of copper 2. Now we have come to the substrate scope. Several substrates have been chosen from aromatic azide alkyne to aliphatic azide alkyne, and all are giving very good yield of these reactions. We have tested several molecules with the donor acceptor groups as well, and now we switched as a part of our continuous effort for biomolecular building block development for the other purpose, and we have tested the same reactions in amino acids as well as in nucleoside, and we found that the reaction is very nice, giving very high yield. We also tested that whether our catalyst is very efficient in clicking the triple bond, the middle of the triple bond. That means internal triple bond can be clicked by our photocatalyst or not. For that, we also have chosen this molecule, and we also succeed in clicking the internal triple bond with our photocatalyst. Next, we moved as a repurposing drug. We moved to test theoretically, though we have targeted the RDRP, SARS-CoV-2 RDRP protease to test whether our molecule can bind in respect of the known drug for the SARS-CoV-2, that remdesivir and favipiravir. So we tested the binding efficiency at the catalytic cycle with our 2 nucleoside molecules synthesized in this protocol, and we found out that they are binding association with this catalytic site of this SARS-CoV-2 RDRP is highly efficient and in comparison to remdesivir and Avigan. So our molecules also show very nice drug binding efficiency with the RDRP. Therefore, this kind of molecules which we are synthesizing can have a potential impact in drug discovery research. So in conclusion, our strategy, the process is very cheap and it is a smart photocatalyst for copper catalyzed azide alkyne cycloaddition reactions. The environmental friendly, we use the green solvent water, though mixture of tertiary butanol is needed, but it is water is there, and so we can treat that it is a semi green solvent system. The process is highly efficient, as well as the catalyst is highly efficient, yielding high yield and rapid reaction kinetics. Fast reaction kinetics, high selectivity, excellent product yield, and functional group tolerance and workability in water, either in presence or absence of air, is the most impact of this process. This process is useful for decorating the biomolecular building blocks with triazole unit, internal triazole formation, and works well with aliphatic alkyne, excellent recyclability without sacrificing product yield of the catalyst is the beauty, and active. This catalyst remains active in presence or absence of air or moisture. It can find also industrial applications. We have tested the gram scale production of the molecules, so that can be lead to the industrial application for production of the triazole drug molecules to reduce the drug cost. With this, I would like to thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and also for your patience, and I'd like to thank my student who involved this work. Mr. Sayantan Sinha is the lead for this project. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, Dr. Shubhendu. So yeah, it was informative. So do we have any questions? Any questions? I guess there are no questions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, moving on to our next and final presentation for today. It's actually from Dr. German. Yeah, on the topic of laser interaction with molecular contaminants in water.
Good afternoon.
Dr. German, yeah,
Yes,
good
can you hear
afternoon,
me?
Doctor. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, can you see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can.
Mhm.
And now I must choose the. Now you're seeing me, but I need to check the. Let's see.
Yeah.
Now you can probably see.
Actually, not yet. We'll just check for 1 minute, maybe. Sometimes the connection. Yeah, now it's visible.
Okay, I need to give permission. I hope.
Yeah.
Yes, I hope it can be done now.
Now it's actually visible to us.
Yes, and it should. It just needs to be. Okay. I think that's okay. Is it possible now?
Yeah, it is visible.
Oh, you okay, perfect. So let me start. I thank you for this opportunity to share our work. Actually, Professor Jose Ramon Leis was supposed to give this presentation, and he had an emergency, so that he could not be here today, and I do it instead. So this is work related to the use of lasers to interact with molecular contaminants in water. And it is done as a collaboration between two institutions, basically ours, which is an institute from the Spanish National Research Council, CSIC. It's a mixed institute with the University of Zaragoza, and also the University of Santiago de Compostela in northwest of Spain, where two groups participate. One is an associated unit to our research council, and it's partly in the physical chemistry department and partly in the optical faculty of optics and part of physics. And the other one is the Department of Analytical Chemistry. And basically, I will talk in this presentation about some words about tertiary water contaminants and the advantages that lasers may pose when they are compared to other energy sources for this purpose. Then I will give you a short experimental description regarding which type of water samples were used with contaminants and the laser method, how this was applied. And basically then we will review the most essential results obtained regarding the irradiation monitoring, and basically the question, how does the laser affect the original concentration of ibuprofen in water? And then I will end up with some conclusions and outlook. So I think maybe you can see, can you see it better now? Is it okay?
Yeah, it is okay.
Okay, so basically, I guess the presence of pharmaceuticals in water is a topic of major concern. These are tertiary contaminants. They're not easy to deal with, and they are increasingly present in most water sources, and particularly concerning when these can enter the human chain. And among these different classes of pharmaceuticals, non-steroidal and anti-inflammatory drugs are among the most relevant and commonly investigated classes, and because these are in very large quantities, because they are applied over the counter in pharmacies everywhere, and they are very heavily used by the population. So it has been demonstrated during the last many years that their presence is in most places, most water reservoirs, and in the water environment in general. And they can be tracked even by population and by geography easily. And among these, ibuprofen is one of these substances, because it has very wide use. And this has been published. And concerning their treatment in water, several UV-based, ultraviolet-based irradiation technologies have been explored, along with sensitizers and catalysts. And some of the latest technologies that have been explored include pulsed light sources, like, for example, pulsed LEDs. We work with lasers for many years, and we have worked within liquid environments also for a number of years for different purposes. And so it was natural that we investigated with our analytical chemistry colleagues and our physical chemistry and optical experts colleagues the advantages of the use of lasers, specific lasers, especially to compare with other light sources which are being used increasingly in water treatment. And so basically lasers having advantage dealing with the irradiance levels. That means the power density that they can achieve, which is orders of magnitude above lamps and other energy sources, other light sources. And so I give you these calculations so you can get an idea of what you can see here: non-collimated light from the sunlight. This is sunset. You can see the light is diffused all over the sky. And you can see here a laser experiment where the laser beam is split into 3 and it's focused directly into a very small space. And so this is a collimated beam. And this is a great advantage because this means we can control the space, and also we can control time because we can control the pulses in the beam. So we can control space and time, but how, with respect to space and time, how we distribute this energy into any given area. And so if we calculate the irradiance value, which is the power density, we can reach easily a conclusion that the maximum power density with a 1 kilowatt tungsten halogen lamp, for example, or even with an LED lamp that we can reach, it will be a little higher with an LED lamp, but it's usually around 330 watts per square centimeter, while with a 8 watt laser, we can reach in 5 nanosecond pulses irradiance values of the order of 10 to the 13 watts per square centimeter. You can see a factor of 10 orders of magnitude above with the laser, with an 8 watt laser versus a 1 kilowatt lamp. So this is a huge difference, and this I may comment later why this is very interesting.
I'm really sorry to interrupt,
Yes.
Doctor, but we are actually only seeing the first slide of the presentation till now.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, this is already. Can you see it now?
No, it's still on the first slide.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Now you can see it. Sorry. Let's see. Let's see if I go back. Can you see it? Let's see here. I don't know if you can see it if I go back.
It's
No.
still on laser light and lamp, with the title laser light lamp.
Yes. Okay. No. So this is what I was telling you. Sorry, I was under the impression that you had all this. How can I pass the slides? Does it have to be from my PowerPoint?
Yeah, like maybe you can just try clicking on enter.
Can you see it? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah, it's on laser light lamp. This
But it doesn't go
title.
further, does it?
It does go.
Now? Okay, now it does, right?
Yeah.
Sorry. So you have missed all what I said before. Okay, this was the first color slide, so it's okay. So we go to the next one. So this one, let me follow on. I don't know if with this, and now you can see what I was saying about collimated and non-collimated light. This is the message, and that with collimated light we can focus it and we can reach very high irradiance values, and this is very important for the efficiency of our processes. So let's go over this. Not only is the irradiance important, but also lasers can be chosen at different emission wavelengths, and so they can have wavelength selectivity. So they can tune in with specific electronic levels in molecules, and you can see this. I don't know if this can be. Can you see it large enough on the screen?
It's okay. Like we do have option to just zoom in and zoom out, so no problem. You can continue with it.
Perfect, because I can see it small in the monitor. But okay, so in this case, you can see here a few lines from 266 nanometers to 355, 532. Sorry, it has gone away. 810, 1064, and there are other lasers out here. This is the emission of a quartz tungsten halogen lamp, which is similar to the sun's. It's a typical source of energy where it emits from part of the UV through the visible to the near IR. But the lasers are very, very narrow on emission, and this is a big advantage, as we cannot select the mechanisms that we can start in chemical reactions using this broad emission, because we are emitting from the IR into the UV without any selectivity. With the lasers, we can be very selective, and that's the idea behind this work that I am presenting. And so we can see other advantages, not only with respect to wavelength. In that case, that's wavelength selectivity, which gives us control over the type of chemical reactions that we do, but also we can do time selectivity by selecting the correct pulse width or pulse duration. And if we have a very short pulse duration, we are on this extreme of this graph, and we can start processes which have to deal with ablation, with sublimation, and other phenomena. If we go to very long pulses, we start having strong heat effects. And so in chemical reactions, if we are in this regime, we are doing the same as you usually do in chemical reactions when you heat them, when you heat a solution to help a reaction take place. And so this is a photothermal mechanism, and this is more a photophysical, and in some cases, depending on the wavelength, a photochemical mechanism, which is what we would like to have here. So if we go to the next slide here, we can see that lasers, another advantage of lasers is that they're flexible, portable, adaptable to any geometry and environment. And they're commercially available and scalable. You can see this video here of how fast a laser can be. This is cutting stainless steel. It's making 100 holes. And it's doing it in this real time, in just over 2 or 3 seconds. So this is quite fast. And you can also integrate, as you see here on the right, you can integrate, this is a furnace which was developed and patented by us for production of brick on a continuous line. And there are 2 lasers, one on top, one on bottom. And these lasers are operating inside the furnace at 1000 degrees. So, and in a continuous mode for production. So, and there are many more examples of lasers used in industry, in the car industry, in most of the metallurgical industry, in many other industries. And so lasers are really available for fast processes that can be generated for industrial or large output use. So that's basically the summary. And then on the experimental description here is we use, basically what I would like to say is we use 2 types of aqueous solutions. One was with distilled water, so controlled ibuprofen preparation in distilled water, and the other one was wastewater from a treatment plant located in the northwest of Spain, from a town of about 100,000 inhabitants. And the concentration that was employed is unusually high, 10 milligrams per liter, because we wanted to follow chemically what happens and see if this method or this proof of concept is valid. And the laser method was performed on 4 milliliter aliquots of IBP and on a cuvette with a 1 square centimeter base, so that we irradiated from the top, as you will see a little later, with a 4 to 5 nanosecond pulse laser, irradiating at 266 nanometers in the UV, with a nominal emission power, you see, of 0.9 watts, not even 1 watt. But the irradiance that we can calculate for this condition is 4 megawatts per square centimeter. This is the method as more in an illustration. And so this was the laser, less than 1 watt, 266 nanometer emission, with a prism which reflects at 90 degrees, and the whole laser spot of about 0.8 centimeters was focused on the cuvette where the solution, the IBP solution, was contained. And after each of these experiments with laser irradiation, the UVB spectra was measured just immediately after. And so we, for a period of about 15 minutes, we monitored what was going on and if there was any transformation of products taking place. And we know that basically we can see with time, just from the first minute, that 2 of the characteristic bands of the IBP decrease as irradiation proceeds, while a band at 260, which corresponds to transformation products, is increasing slowly. These are the main transformation products, and basically what we measured is a complete elimination of the ibuprofen in distilled water, while in wastewater the elimination was not complete. There was about only a small percentage remaining after 15 minutes. I can, if you have any question about this, I can answer it later. And this is basically, this is a similar test, but instead of doing the irradiation continuously, we stopped every several minutes in order to avoid incubation problem. Incubation takes place when lasers irradiate materials because energy builds up in the material. In this case, it would be in the molecules, and they can get heated up. So that we wanted to try to separate the photochemical aspect of these reactions from the photothermal aspect. And so we did this, but we could not find really, this was in relation also to the possible mechanism of radical formation, but we did not find any evidence for radical formation, and it seems that this reaction proceeds through other means. And basically, from these results, we could conclude that the UV at pulse nanosecond laser irradiation at 266 nanometers, irradiating tertiary water contaminants without sensitizers and photocatalysts, provided efficient degradation of ibuprofen in distilled water, and demonstrated that direct UVC, that means 266 nanometer laser pulse irradiation method, can be promising towards removal of this particular contaminant. And 25% DOC removal and transformation products lower than 10% levels were achieved in 15 minutes in distilled water. This is dissolved organic carbon. And direct irradiation of wastewater removes about 95% of the ibuprofen and reduces transformation products to less, this should be less than 15% within about 15 minutes. And so this, obviously, we conclude that this UV laser method can reduce microcontaminants in water, the presence of microcontaminants, and it needs no other chemical substances, only direct irradiation. It's an efficient and environmentally advantageous method, and it's scalable to large volumes of water and in continuous flow. As you saw before, some installations for other completely different applications where there was an efficient use of lasers. They are very high power lasers, not only 1 watt like here. And this would need a new type of laser prototype, which is patent pending at this moment, and further studies of laser interaction with molecular microcontaminants in water, particularly how the interaction proceeds between different laser irradiation wavelengths and different molecular structures. And I am ready to answer any of your questions, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks a lot for your presentation, Dr. German. So yeah, do we have any questions? Oh yeah, you do have one question from Dr. Antonio. So what are the products of the elimination of the compounds such as IBP? Are they harmless? How deep do you think the laser could get? Could the laser be directly applied to the water effluents?
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, let's say we have further studies already. We have not published it, so I have not presented it here. This was just published in Science of the Total Environment recently, just 2 or 3 months ago, a few months ago. If anyone is interested, I can send them this publication. But we already have more studies, for example, concerning what is left. Our concern was whether these transformation products are toxic or not. and studies with some colleagues in Porto, who are specialists in the toxicology of waters, have demonstrated that, for example, with zebra fish, that they survive even with these high levels of ibuprofen. They don't survive when the original solution is ibuprofen solution is under that condition, but they survive once it is treated under these conditions with the laser. So it seems that there are no toxic products left, and the laser can be applied directly to the effluent water in different geometries. And so this is what we are patenting, and there are several ways of doing that. Our specialty is to apply the laser in many applications to large scale. And so this would be, of course, it's every time you scale up, there are problems to solve, but this is a solvable problem. And so we believe we have made a calculation from our data that we can eliminate the ibuprofen and other chemical substances within milliseconds. So it gives us a very good outlook to be able to do high throughput processes. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And yeah, I hope, yeah, so you have received a text stating very, very nice results.
Thank you very much.
So any other questions? I guess there are no more questions. So thanks a lot for your time and your presentation, Dr. German.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I guess this is the end of the day 1 session for today. So we'll all meet again at day 2 session tomorrow. And if you're having any suggestions that you would like to give to us so that maybe we can improve a bit, please do let us know so that we might implement the same tomorrow maybe. So thank you. Thanks a lot for your time and your patience and all of your presentations today. Thank you. And tomorrow's session will again start at 11 a.m. in London time. Thank you. Yeah, see you all tomorrow.